조인원 경희학원
Chancellor
이사장님,
Miwon of the
위원평화상
Gyeonggi
선정위원님,
University System and
각급
of
기관
affiliated institutions are now entering. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Opening the second Miwon Peace Prize Laureate announcement ceremony as today's MC, I am Secretary General of the Gyeonggi University System, Kim Hyun. This event is being held both in person and via live webcast. First of all, let me extend my sincere gratitude to all of you joining us both online and offline. We will now begin the second Miwon Peace Prize Laureate announcement ceremony. Before we begin the official program, allow me to introduce those who have joined us here today despite their busy schedules. We're honored to be joined by Jo In-won, Chancellor of the Gyeonggi University System. Chairman No Sang-seok of the Miwon Peace Prize Foundation and members of the foundation are joining us online from the United States. Jo Kyung-do, Kim Hee-gun, Lee Jong-hwan, and Secretary General Kim Dong-soo. All of them are joining us online from the United States. Please give them a big round of applause. And Irina Bokova, the chair of the Miwon Peace Prize Selection Committee, is also here. Thank you so much. And we're also joined by the heads of the institutions under the Gyeonggi University System, members of the Faculty Council, and key administrative staff, as well as professors, teachers, employees, and students who have taken an interest in today's event. Our deepest thanks to all of you. Today's program will feature the second Miwon Peace Prize Laureate announcement, followed by a congratulatory address from Chancellor Jo In-won of the Gyeonggi University System. After today's announcement ceremony concludes at 2 p.m., a special lecture under the theme Pathway to Planetary Citizenship will be delivered by Irina Bokova, chair of the Miwon Peace Prize Selection Committee. The global community is facing urgent existential crises as of now. Confronting the challenge, the lecture will explore visions and practical initiatives for a better future as planetary citizens. We look forward to the active interest of the Gyeonggi community and civil society throughout the programs. Let me now conclude the introduction to today's program and we'll start the ceremony. We will first screen a commemorative video that shows the founding spirit of the prize titled Towards Lux Humanitas.
These are the words left by Dr. Miwon Young-sik Jo, the dreamer and practitioner of world peace. Abundance has turned into a disaster, contrary to expectations. The myth of infinite growth has blinded the world. A history of never-ending wars. A history of alienation, anxiety, and despair. Humanity has longed for peace, but that hope did not come easily. Nuclear threats loom over life. Climate and ecological crises have eroded civilization. Despite unparalleled advancement in science and technology, all life on Earth faces perplexing signs of collapse. The reality of disaster manifests in the wholeness of the world. All is one. Everything is interconnected. A dense network of connectivity determines our past, present, and future. One catastrophe leads to another catastrophe. War, alienation, and anxiety intensify planetary tension. The fate of humanity precariously navigates uncharted waters. But there is another path, understanding the existence of one life form in another, opening a window toward convergence and tolerance. The future can be reconstituted. Understanding human fate in the unfathomable universe. Understanding the path of life alongside the history of cosmic evolution. Searching for the meaning of humanity's existential quest. Peace is ultimately the peace of all beings. Understanding the common fate of beings that bloom and fade together is the first step toward peace. Peace is more precious than triumph, as Miwon proclaimed. The brilliant light of civilization grows dimmer. What kind of future are we groping for? A new realm of consciousness, a new wisdom and social practice may be needed. As long as we don't give up, a future that seems impossible becomes reality. Sky beyond the sky, yet another sky. That infinite world is the home for all of us. Restoring the civilizational path that has gone awry. Reconnecting the path of life between humans and the universe, unfolding a new horizon of planetary coherence. Chaos and order, destruction and creation. Within that cosmic providence, humans have set out to find the meaning and value of life. They embarked on a quest for the beacon of peace. A valiant journey to find the ultimate source of aesthetics, or simply the beauty of human civilization. Such was the life of Miwon, who dreamed of a global common society. In the midst of armed conflicts and the Cold War, he proposed a UN International Day and Year of Peace, dreaming of a peaceful future for human society. Peace for all beings on planet Earth. Miwon believed that such a vision of peace would pave the way for a better future for humanity. In the world of life, every moment is a wondrous cosmic event. Understanding cosmic events must be the precondition for human mindfulness. Stars, particles, and waves. A world of infinite connection where life and consciousness breathe together. The human path comes alive within a principle of holistic understanding of wholeness. We are in urgent need of the beacon of a new civilization. For a cultural world that will light up the future of humanity, Kyunghee University System inaugurates the Miwon Peace Prize.
Next, we will hear a report on the background of the Miwon Peace Prize and the selection process for this year's second laureate, followed by the much anticipated announcement of the laureate. The presentation will be given by Kim Won-soo, Permanent Advisor of the Miwon Peace Institute and Rector of the Global Academy for Future Civilization. Rector Kim previously served as UN Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, as well as Director General for Policy Planning in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Secretary to the President for Foreign Affairs and Trade. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I am Kim Won-soo, Senior Advisor to the Miwon Peace Institute at Kyunghee University System and Rector of the Global Academy for Future Civilizations at Kyunghee University. I will first report on the background behind the establishment of the Miwon Peace Prize and the process by which the second laureate was selected, and then officially announce the laureate. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, the world we find ourselves in today in 2026 is a grave one. The clock of nuclear threat is ticking toward midnight, the climate crisis is accelerating, and international multilateralism is faltering. Peace does not come on its own. It requires the dedication, courage, and relentless efforts of individuals. In this very era, the need to identify and encourage those who are dedicated to peace is more urgent than ever. The Miwon Peace Prize was established in 2024 to honor the lifelong convictions of Dr. Miwon Cho-young-sik, founder of the Kyunghee University System. Dr. Cho-young-sik regarded the creation of a cultural world and shared prosperity for humanity as the foundations of education and devoted his entire life to institutionalizing peace. On June 29, 1981, at the International Association of University Presidents Conference in Costa Rica, Dr. Cho-young-sik first officially proposed the establishment of the International Day of Peace. Following this, the UN General Assembly that same year resolved to designate September 21 as the International Day of Peace. Today, exactly 45 years after that initial proposal, it is deeply meaningful to announce the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize here. Discussions on establishing the prize began in earnest in 2022 when the Kyunghee International Foundation first proposed the idea. The Kyunghee University System accepted this proposal and, in collaboration with the foundation, laid the legal and institutional groundwork, announcing the establishment of Miwon Peace Prize at the Kyunghee University System New Year's gathering in 2024. The Miwon Peace Prize is awarded every 2 years to individuals or institutions who have dedicated themselves to improving conditions of human existence and the future of civilization and peace in various areas of science, arts, humanities, and society. Along with a main award trophy, a Global Peace Grant is presented. The trophy, created by the world-renowned scholar Park Eun-son, features 7 spheres symbolizing the 7 continents of the Earth, connected as one to embody a planet of peace. The prize fund was established through donations to the Miwon Peace Prize Foundation. In November 2022, the Gyeonggi International Foundation held the founding general meeting of the Miwon Peace Prize Foundation during an event commemorating the 101st anniversary of the birth of the founder, Dr. Cho Young-sik. In 2023, the Miwon Peace Prize Foundation, Incorporated, was officially launched as a nonprofit corporation in the U.S. In 2024, the Elders, a global coalition of senior leaders, was selected as the laureate of the first Miwon Peace Prize. The selection of the second laureate followed a rigorous and transparent process. First, a nomination committee was formed comprising individuals and organizations from Korea and abroad who have dedicated themselves to peace and the future of humanity. The nomination committee operated for 4 months starting in September 2025 and received 63 excellent nominations from around the world. The selection committee consisted of 7 distinguished scholars from Korea and abroad who have earned international renown through their high standing and outstanding achievements in their respective fields, and who deeply understand the values that Gyeonggi has pursued. The selection chair is Irina Bokova, former Director General of UNESCO, and the members include Kim Yong-hak, Chairman of the Board of SK Telecom and former Yonsei President, and Avi Loeb, Professor of Astronomy at Harvard University, Park Young-shin, Go-hang Fellow Emeritus at Gyeonggi University, Song Jae-ryong, Professor by Special Appointment at Gyeonggi University, and Naomi Oreskes, Henry Charles Lee Professor of the History of Science at Harvard University, and John Eikenberry, Milbank Professor at Princeton University. The selection committee narrowed down the candidates in stages through a total of 5 deliberations held from January to March 2026. And after completing a thorough verification of the nominees, unanimously selected and presented the final nominee to the Board of Trustees. Following deliberation and a vote by the Gyeonggi University System Board, the laureate was finally selected. This concludes the report on the establishment of the Miwon Peace Prize. Next, I will announce the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize. Following rigorous deliberation and the board's final resolution, we are now able to officially announce the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize here today. Looking back, the selection committee's deliberation process was not merely a matter of narrowing down the nominees. It was a process of repeatedly asking ourselves, what does peace mean in this era, and who has most sincerely put that value into practice? We now announce the winner. The laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize is the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Einstein and Oppenheimer and their founding spirit lives on through the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists up to today. The Bulletin is an independent non-profit organization founded in 1945 by scientists who had participated in the Manhattan Project to alert the world to the dangers of nuclear weapons. The board and the honorary scientist member and the science committee comprise the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. And there are over 40 Nobel Prize laureates who participate in the committees of the Bulletin. Since 1947, the Doomsday Clock has warned of nuclear threats and civilizational crises. And this has become a global benchmark for gauging the complex existential crises facing humanity today, including nuclear weapons, climate change, and artificial intelligence and biological threats. As of 2026, the doomsday clock stands at just 85 seconds to midnight, the closest it has ever been to midnight in its history. The selection committee highly recommended the bulletin for its 80-year history of advocating for peace through the language of science and for compelling citizens and leaders around the world to face the reality of these crises. The Miwon Peace Prize seeks not merely to honor past achievements. Its purpose is to promote the value of peace and expand solidarity so that efforts toward peace may continue today. The awards ceremony will be held on September 21, coinciding with the Peace Bar Festival 2026 at Kyung University on the UN International Day of Peace. We look forward to warmly welcoming the award-winning delegation, including Alexandra Bell, President and CEO of the Bulletin, at the event. Thank you.
Next, Irina Bokova, chair of the Miwon Peace Prize Selection Committee, will present the rationale for selecting the bulletin as the second Miwon Peace Prize laureate. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Irina Bokova to the podium. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Chancellor Miwon Cho, distinguished members of the Board of Trustees, professors, colleagues, and honored guests. It is a profound privilege to stand before you today as chair of the selection committee for the Miwon Peace Prize, a prize that asks not merely who has done good, but who has redefined what it means to work for peace. The Miwon Peace Prize honors individuals or institutions whose contributions embody one or more of the following. First, those who have pioneered to push academic, educational, and practical perspectives beyond conventional paradigms of thinking and approach in these transformative years. Second, those who have applied these perspectives for academic and practical purposes to influence global civil society for the betterment of planetary peace and cosmic harmony. And third, those who have served as a role model to inspire humanity, particularly the younger generation, for the co-prosperity and a better future of all lives on the planet Earth. These are not modest criteria. They demand not only achievement, but transformation. Over 5 sessions from January to March of this year, our committee examined candidates from across the globe. We approached this work with a deliberate openness, expanding our perspectives beyond conventional approaches to science, art, spirituality, and other dimensions of human endeavor through which peace is pursued and, what is most important, sustained. We returned again and again to a single question. In an era of fragmentation, who is genuinely changing how humanity perceives existential risks and explores a new path to peace? What we sought was rarer than conventional peace work, a voice that speaks before the crisis becomes irreversible. And it was from within this broad field of consideration that one candidate stood apart, grounded in science, yet speaking to something universal. On behalf of the selection committee, I am proud to confirm that the second laureate of the Miwon Peace Prize is the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. Our recommendation was unanimous. On the first criteria, the bulletin created an instrument unlike any other in history, the doomsday clock. Since 1947, it has measured humanity's proximity to catastrophe, nuclear risk, climate change, artificial intelligence, biological threats, rendered in a single, comprehensive symbol. Today, it stands at 85 seconds to midnight. The bulletin did not merely observe this trajectory. It created the language through which the world understands it. On the second criteria, from the earliest days of the Cold War, the bulletin united scientists from rival nations, not by politics, but by the shared knowledge of what nuclear weapons could do. Through its Science and Security Board and its board of sponsors, which has included more than 40 Nobel laureates, it has sustained a genuinely global conversation on existential risks, precisely at the moments when such conversation was hardest to hold. On the third criterion, the Bulletin's Next Generation Initiative and Arts and Science Initiative reflect a core conviction that young people must not only understand global dangers, but feel empowered to act. In an age of disengagement, the Bulletin offered something essential, a scientifically grounded reason and hope to believe the clock can be turned back. The committee was moved not only by what the Bulletin has achieved, but by how it has endured. In 1963, its advocacy helped create the conditions for the partial nuclear test ban treaty. In 2007, when many still treated climate as separate from security, the Bulletin incorporated it into the clock's calculus. In 2017, artificial intelligence joined the equation. The Bulletin's defining genius has been to see the connections others miss and to act before the world is ready to listen. And yet, the world eventually listens. The Miwon Peace Prize honors the legacy of a leader who believed peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of civilization, built through knowledge, courage, and an unflinching commitment to truth. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists has honored that belief for 80 years. So it is with great honor and on behalf of the selection committee that we commend the Bulletin as the laureate. Thank you for your attention.
Irina Bokova.
Thank you, Chair Irina Bokova, for your very valuable remarks. Next, we will watch an introductory video about the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist, the second Miwon Peace Prize laureate.
For 80 years, the Bulletin has been the go-to source on existential risks, from nuclear to climate change to emerging and disruptive technologies, including new threats posed by biosecurity advancements. We were founded by Manhattan Project scientists to include Albert Einstein, Robert Oppenheimer. They wanted to make sure it was a publication accessible to both policymakers, other scientists, and the public at large, that everybody had a role in the conversation.
The initial focus of the bulletin was the nuclear threat, that later expanded to include the threat from climate change. And then we realized that there were other areas of emerging technology that could, if not properly managed, pose a threat to the survival of humanity.
Our work is more important than ever because there's actually a diminishing amount of media sources that are covering these issues in a consistent, persistent way, that are asking the right questions about these issues, that are pairing the threat that we see with possible solutions to it. It's really what the Bulletin has been doing for years, and increasingly the Bulletin is one of the only places where you're going to get that kind of hard-hitting, scientifically sound analysis of the threats all around us, human-caused existential threats, but also how to deal with them, how to manage them, how to roll back those threats.
The doomsday clock is a symbol that we use to explain how close we are to complete and total annihilation of everybody and maybe everything on this planet.
I think the most important thing to know here, with the dangers that we really are outlining with the doomsday clock, people have agency. People have a role in helping us turn back the clock. It is individual people that have helped us move back the clock before. It's the pressure that individual groups, communities, people around the world have brought to bear on their leaders, demanding that they do more to reduce risks, whether it's in the nuclear space or elsewhere.
You have to empower the people to say, yes, this is a challenging opportunity, and this is what, by working together, we can do something.
Wherever you are and whatever it is that you're doing, you can do something about this. And just imagine what would happen if the whole world, all of our citizens, all throughout the world, were actually to take up the issue of turning back the clock. What would happen? I can't imagine a situation in which that enormous group of people would somehow be ineffectual.
It starts simply by getting informed on these issues. It starts by calling or writing their elected leaders at the local level, at the national level, at the international level, and start asking the right questions. It's talking in communities, it's organizing with communities, but really it starts with a base of knowledge of what are the threats, how can we solve them? And that is what's available in the Bulletin to every single person on this planet.
And now we'd like to invite Chancellor Cho In-won of the Kyunghee University System to deliver his congratulatory remarks on behalf of the awarding organization. Please welcome Chancellor Cho In-won to the stage with a warm round of applause. I'd like to ask you for your understanding. I'm having a sore throat today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to meet all of you today. Today is a very meaningful day. It is the day we announce the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize. First, on behalf of everyone at the Kyunghee University System, I would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, which has been selected as this year's laureate. I would like to thank everyone who has been with us throughout the process leading up to this meaningful occasion. In particular, I'd like to thank Irina Bokova, chair of the selection committee, for selecting the laureate through a long process of careful deliberation and discussion. So thank you so much, Chair Irina Bokova, for leading the selection committee. And to all the members of the selection committee, I would also like to thank you very much. To Chair No Sang-seok and the board members of the North America Miwon Peace Prize Foundation, who have always generously offered their support and sponsorship for the Miwon Peace Prize, and Chairman Cho Byung-tae and Chair An Byung-don and the board members of the Gyeonggi International Foundation, thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank everyone joining us via webcast. Today's event is not merely an occasion to honor the achievements of a single institution. It's an opportunity to reflect together on the times we live in. It is a forum to explore the future of humanity together. In that sense, today's announcement of the laureate is all the more meaningful. Last April, the Board of Trustees of Gyeonggi University System unanimously selected the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists as the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize. For over 80 years, the Bulletin has drawn the world's attention to the existential crises facing humanity, guided by scientific insight and a sense of public responsibility. Gyeonggi deeply appreciates this long-standing dedication and public service. I'd like to take this opportunity to once again extend our sincere congratulations and show our respect to the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. This year, the Bulletin announced that the doomsday clock is set at 85 seconds to midnight. This is the closest the clock has ever been to midnight since its inception. This time is not merely a number. It is a symbol that shows where humanity stands today. For over 80 years, the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists has consistently highlighted the crises facing humanity based on scientific research and objective analysis. The message the Bulletin conveys to us is clear. Today's crisis is not a problem confined to any single field. The threat of nuclear weapons persists. The climate crisis is fundamentally transforming our lives. And as we heard earlier, AI and the life sciences are bringing new possibilities, and with them, new responsibilities as citizens and members of the international community, as planetary citizens. The Bulletin refers to this reality as interconnected complex crises. I believe this expression most accurately describes the era we live in today. Today's crises are interconnected. Their solutions must also be addressed collectively. Science alone is not enough. Politics alone is not enough. And economics alone is not enough. What we need today is a shared understanding of our interconnected reality. The wisdom to act together. It is precisely for this reason that the Gyeonggi University System has selected the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists as the laureate of the second Miwon Peace Prize. This is because the issues the Bulletin addresses are the challenges of our times that we must all grapple with together today. This is precisely why Kyung-hee deeply shares the concerns of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. Kyung-hee University system, which laid the foundation for its establishment between 1949 and 1951, was founded amid an era of war and division. Kyung-hee sought to transcend the wounds of that era and find a path toward a new civilization. The starting point was clear. A new era calls for new thought and new philosophy. Kyung-hee adopted this belief as the founding narrative of the institution. It dreamed of a cultural world where people could live dignified lives, transcending war and conflict. At the heart of that path lies freedom of academe and conscience. Academe must explore new possibilities, must explore wider possibilities. Conscience must be directed toward human dignity and the common good as recognized by our inner world.
On the foundation of the values, Kyung-hee has carried forward its education and research, its medical care, and practice. Even today, we continue to seek a path that holds humanity and nature, science and ethics, present and future together. The spirit Kyung-hee has long upheld can be summed up in two sentences. As was introduced in the video just before, peace is more precious than triumph. Love for human beings, peace for humankind. This spirit remains, today as ever, the path that Kyung-hee walks. And it is the value Miwon Peace Prize stands for. This is also the reason we have selected the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist as the laureate institution of the second Miwon Peace Prize. Scientific insight directed toward the future of humanity, public responsibility, these values resonate deeply with the spirit that Kyung-hee has long upheld. Today's encounter is not merely the meeting of one institution with one academic and educational body. It is a place where shared responsibilities for the future of humanity come together. The age we live today is an extraordinary moment in human history. Science and technology are opening possibilities never seen before, and they demand responsibilities never seen before. The question of our time is not the advancement of technology itself. It is on what values and in what direction we choose to use that technology. What we need today is not the progress of technology alone. It is the human wisdom that can guide that technology in the right direction. Kyung-hee has long posed the following questions. How shall humanity and nature live in harmony? How shall science and ethics walk together? How shall the advancement of civilization safeguard human dignity? Kyung-hee had set out to find those answers. We sought them in the philosophy of holistic engagement. Holistic engagement is a way of life and a horizon of consciousness, one that holds humanity, nature, science, ethics, knowledge, and practice, present and future, together within a single community of life. It is an attitude that you adopt for your life. And in that regard, the solutions have to be holistic. Through scientific insight and the technology, Kyung-hee has tried to awaken the human consciousness by combining science and technology with reflection and holistic consciousness. It is an act to protect the future of humanity, even though the paths were different, but the direction was the same. It is the work of establishing peace as the foundation of a new civilization. Today, we have announced the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist as the laureate institution of the second Miwon Peace Prize. The decision is not merely a tribute to one institution's past achievements. It is an occasion to reflect on what responsibilities we must share in the face of the challenges confronting our time.
오늘의 위기는 어느 한 나라의 문제가 아닙니다. 어느 한 학문만의 문제도 아닙니다.
The crises of today are not the problem of any single nation, nor are they the problem of any single discipline.
한로를 통해서
They are a common task of humanity that we must work to address together.
그런 점에서
For that very reason, our wisdom too must come together. Science and the humanities must meet. Education and medicine must walk hand in hand. Technology and ethics must guide one another. States and civil society must stand in solidarity across borders. At the foundation of all these tasks lies the horizon of consciousness that reaches toward the universal. This is also the reason why the Kyunghee University system established the Miwon Peace Prize. The Miwon Peace Prize does not stop at honoring past achievement. It is a prize that calls forth new reflection and new practice for the future of humanity, and it will establish itself as a prize that urges the implementation of this holistic consciousness. We hope that this occasion shared today with the bulletin that becomes a meaningful beginning of the new journey. This coming September, the award ceremony of the second Miwon Peace Prize will be held. We hope it becomes a place where wisdom and solidarity for the future and the peace of humanity are shared more deeply. Once again, my heartfelt congratulations to the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist on this award, and my deepest gratitude to all of you who have joined us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chancellor, for your insightful congratulatory remarks. Please join me in another round of warm applause for the Chancellor. Next, we have Shin Jin-suk, Vice Rector of the Global Academy for Future Civilizations, to give a program preview of the second Miwon Peace Prize ceremony and International Day of Peace commemorative event on September 21. Please welcome Vice Rector Shin Jin-suk with a warm applause. Since its founding, the Kyunghee University system has upheld the tradition of academia and peace. Academia illuminates the light of humanity, and peace is the path to realizing that light in the shared life of planetary society. September 21 marks the 45th anniversary of the UN International Day of Peace, a day of great significance. On this day, Kyunghee will host the second Miwon Peace Prize award ceremony, along with the international conference commemorating the International Day of Peace, the Peace Bar Festival. Peace is more precious than triumph. On June 29, 1981, Miwon Cho-jung-sik, founder of the Kyunghee University system, delivered a speech at the 6th conference of the IAUP, in which he proposed the founding of the UN International Day and Year of Peace. This proposal led to a resolution by the UN General Assembly that same year. Yet the world is still at war. Armed conflicts have reached their highest level since the World Wars. These conflicts are claiming countless lives, forcing people from their homes, and causing hunger and poverty to spread once again. With over 12,000 nuclear warheads, the past 11 years the hottest on record, and the risks posed by uncontrollable technology all converging, the existential crisis facing humanity is deepening. This is the current state of peace we face today. Therefore, humanity and Gyeonghee cannot cease to yearn for peace. On September 21, the International Day of Peace, we will hold the Miwon Peace Prize 2026 award ceremony. Gyeonghee has selected the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist as the laureate of the second prize. The doomsday clock currently stands at 85 seconds to midnight. The crisis facing our civilization as it hurtles toward catastrophe is ultimately the responsibility of us all. Love for humanity, peace for mankind. Opening a new horizon of peace is the planetary responsibility undertaken by the Miwon Peace Prize. We are hosting the Peace Bar Festival, an international conference commemorating the 45th International Day of Peace. This year's main theme is Peace or Collapse toward the aesthetic source of civilization and planetary society. Humanity has paved the way for civilizational prosperity through its own efforts, but at the same time, it has become the first being capable of bringing about its own demise. Now that individual lives and the life of the earth are inseparable, there is a call for holistic consciousness, a way of embracing the consciousness of humanity within the individual as we reflect and act together within a greater cosmic consciousness. The Gyeonghee system seeks to explore the fundamental questions posed by this era of transformation by reflecting on the aesthetic source of civilization. With this consciousness of issues in mind, we have organized this year's commemorative dialogue and roundtable. Participants include the Chancellor of the Gyeonghee System, the laureate of the Miwon Peace Prize, and world-renowned scholars. The theme of the dialogue is On Planetary Peace, the Quest for an Aesthetic Foundation. In the era of the Great Acceleration, while technology, production, consumption, and resource use have expanded explosively, human consciousness, politics, and our shared responsibility for peace have failed to keep pace. This dialogue is an opportunity to explore a new sense of peace and civilizational imagination that transcend the great dithering of human consciousness. The World Peace Week will be held from September 17 to 22. During this week, Gyeonghee's campus will transform into an open forum for exploring and putting into practice the future of peace. A variety of programs will be held featuring scholars, experts, students, and citizens, including colloquia, Youth Peace Forum, commemorative lecture by Professor Avi Loeb of Harvard University, as well as contests, film week, and global citizenship booths. This is a festival of peace created through the collaboration of civil society and all members of the Gyeonghee University system, including university, online university, medical centers, and middle and high schools. We are hosting a peace concert to commemorate the International Day of Peace. We will feature a stage dedicated to peace in the form of a musical drama that blends classical and crossover genre with musicals, dance, operatic pop, and choral performances. Music transcends boundaries and connects hearts. We hope that at least during the World Peace Week, we can stop the wars, lay down our weapons against one another, and listen to humanity's earnest message of peace. This will be a time to experience just how beautiful a planetary symphony peace can be. The future is tomorrow's reality, shaped by today's choices. Hope is our resolve to pursue a future that may seem impossible. 85 seconds before midnight, we must turn today into a golden opportunity. All citizens of the future who dream of a peaceful future are the protagonists of this peace festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Rector Shin, for the introduction to the award ceremony. We will now bring today's event to a close. Our deepest gratitude to all who took the time to join us here at the Grand Peace Hall today and to those participating via webcast. All of the people from the Gyeonggi International Foundation and the North America Center for Gyeonggi Peace Center and other relevant participants. Once again, our congratulations to the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists on receiving the second Miwon Peace Prize. We look forward to seeing you again on September 21st at the award ceremony here at the Grand Peace Hall. This concludes the second Miwon Peace Prize laureate announcement ceremony. Thank you so much. After having break time, we'd like to resume at 2 o'clock p.m. and we will have a special lecture by Chair Irina Bukova. And we'd like to ask for your continued interest and participation. As congestion is expected upon exit, we kindly ask the Chancellor and the heads of institutions leave first, and afterwards the rest of the guests may proceed. And with this, we'd like to conclude the ceremony with a big round of applause together. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Korea and Kyunghee University. We are very much delighted and honored to have you join us today, particularly those who come from long distances. Distinguished scholars coming from abroad and foreign students coming to Korea for our global collaborative summer program. As we observed from this morning's ceremony, that world is standing at a crossroads. And humanity, the fate of humanity stands at an inflection point. Depending on the choices we are going to make, either we'll go in the direction of peace or we'll go in the opposite direction of collapse or peril. So the question is, what kind of choices we have to make? And today's lecture is aimed to explore that answer. And I'm very happy to have Madame Irina Bukova, my very long time, we are not old, but long time, close friend and colleague from her times as at the UNESCO and my times at the United Nations. And today's topic's title is Pathway to Planetary Citizenship. So it has three keywords: pathway, planetary, and citizenship. Although we are living in a deep crisis, complex crisis, how we perceive this crisis and how we'll act to address that problem. And pathway means still, there's a possibility we can overcome these problems. So pathway means a direction, maybe direction of hope. And planetary means our consciousness, our thinking, our action should go beyond global. Why? Because we have to think of the nature we are living on the planet Earth, and also in connection with a vast universe. We are a very small fraction of that world. And citizenship means it's not a privilege or status. It is a sense of belonging with responsibility. So today, I'm very happy to explore those three keywords with Madame Irina Bukova. As you know very well, she was the first woman and first Eastern European Director General of the UNESCO. And I cannot find any other person who will have better answer than her. So my honor and pleasure is with you, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rector Kim, Ambassador Kim, dear friend, for this very kind and generous presentation. I would say that it has always been a pleasure for me to be here at Kyunghee University, that I have been affiliated already for more than 8 years. And I think the fact that we have here the opening of the summer school during also a day when the second edition of the Miwon Peace Prize was held this morning, I think is very symbolic. Because Kyunghee University has always been an institution that takes seriously questions, issues about peace, not in an abstract, I would say, theoretical sense, but in a way that it is indeed a direction, a path, as you said, for educating young people, I would say, differently. And I believe that Kyung University also organizes itself and encourages discussions and programs that are future-oriented, that are linked to contemporary challenges, but also they're very much future-oriented. Now, the issue about planetary citizenship, of course, is very important because we know that in a world that is moving so fast in the different areas, I think such institutions that take serious matters like universities can play a hugely important role. Now, when I say that it plays a hugely important role, it is precisely because the challenges which we face are of planetary proportion. Now, I will try to explore the questions the questions that are linked with the planetary citizenship, which at the heart, I think, is about what dilemma we face today in the world, what dilemma we face also in this planet. From that point of view, you rightfully introduced this lecture by saying that we confront, on one side, conflict, climate change, we confront also the disruption of technology that is there. But I would start by saying something very important, what it means to be a citizen. I think this is really something that we have to explore. Because I think citizenship is about, on one side, belonging, and on the other side, it's about responsibility. And we know that we belong to a community, we belong to a nation, we belong to a country, but it has rights, but it also has certain responsibilities. And for more than in human history, this type of citizenship was considered or was linked more with the communities. And this is our conventional knowledge about it. It can be a village, it can be a tribe, it then can be a bigger, I would say, a city-state, and then gradually, with the evolution of human history, the circle, as we say, enlarged, expanded. And the nation-state emerged at that time, and borders, constitutions, all different kind of shared identity, and it brought together millions of people together. It was, I would say, an extraordinary achievement, of course, of human experience and of human history. But then we have seen that 20th century, and now we are in the 21st century, something different started to emerge. And nowadays we speak about global citizenship, not just a state citizenship. And we're not speaking, when I say global citizenship, it doesn't mean specifically belonging or kind of belonging to one only nation or one country, but we're speaking indeed about a community, a global community that share common humanity, common challenges, but common responsibilities also across national borders. And what happens today within our world concerns all of us, even people that you have never met or circumstances that you have never visited, you have never had knowledge before that. And today, I would argue that we have to make one step even further than that, because global citizenship as a concept appeared with the Sustainable Development Goals when it was adopted in 2015, but now we need to make the next step. And this, I would say, next step is about planetary citizenship. And it is precisely because of the challenges and the crises that we face now that all these are so complex that it is not just human problems, but it is something that concerns us and the planet. It makes us once again feel and understand that humanity is part of nature, that humanity is part of this planet. We are not something separate. And that is why I think that when we include the living world in our concept about citizenship, the cosmic world, the natural world around it, we know that we all depend on that, but that also they depend on us. And this kind of a framing in circles, as I said, can raise also additional questions. It doesn't mean, of course, that we abandoned our national identities, not at all, or that we abandoned our countries or our communities. I would rather ask you to think about layers, different kind of layers that we live through. You can be a proud citizen of your country, representing your culture, your identity, but at the same time, the feeling that you represent the whole of the planet is something that is coming with all its strength, force, and I would say responsibility. Because this kind of circles of belonging and responsibility are interjecting, and this is where I think it gets difficult sometimes for our discussions and for also how we build this kind of planetary responsibility. What if these layers go into different directions? Just to put one question. What happens when national short-term interests conflict with planetary long-term health? Or when the immediate needs of a community can conflict with the obligations we have to future generations? A big question which puts this tension in a very real terms. It does not dissolve, I would say, by us just neglecting it or wishing it away. And how we navigate it, I think this is the big challenge. How we navigate this complexity as individuals, as institutions, I would say as whole societies, is the defining ethical challenge of our time. So, if I may make the next move to the next question, which is about how we become a planetary citizen in a very meaningful sense. I think we have to do something that does not always come naturally, because we need, I would say, to feel it. We need not just intellectually to reflect on this, to debate it, but I think we really need to feel it as a means to exist in this planet, on this planet, in a particular time. So let me just put a little bit of figures. Let me put it in a more kind of a planetary, cosmic, historic perspective. Now, the universe is approximately 13.8 billion years old. Our solar system formed around 4.6 billion years ago. The first life on Earth appeared roughly 3.8 billion years ago. Our species, Homo sapiens, was here for about 300,000 years. Recorded human civilization, the first cities, the first writing, organized religion or law goes back perhaps 5,000 to 6,000 years. The Industrial Revolution began reshaping the planet almost about 250 years ago. And the digital age that we're living through, barely 50 years old. So this is the timeline we are living on this planet at present. Now, if you compress all this into a single day, if Earth's 4.6 billion history is 24 hours, then all of recorded human civilization, every empire, philosophical tradition, war, discovery, work of art, fits into the last 2 seconds before midnight. So, 2 seconds. I think it's quite an impressive calculus. And in those 2 seconds, we have changed this planet more profoundly than most species did in their entire evolutionary history. We have altered the chemistry of the atmosphere, the temperature of the oceans, the composition of the soil. We have driven multiple species to extinction at a rate not seen since the mass extinction events a long geological past. We have built cities, dams, and roads networks visible from space. So scientists have a name for that, the Anthropocene, a geological epoch named after us, humans. Not because we were the first species that left a mark on the Earth, many other species have done it, but because our mark is now so deep and I would say so widespread that it will be readable in the rock record for millions of years. Our fingerprints are in the ice cores, drilled from ancient glaciers. They're in the sediment layers at the bottom of the oceans, and they're in the chemistry of the air. So we did not plan to become a planetary force, but we are now. And change is everything about what we should do and how we should be responsible for that. So I would like to share an image that has haunted me for a long time. I think maybe there will be some of these images. In December 1978, the Apollo 8 crew became the first humans to orbit the moon. On Christmas Eve, astronaut William Anders looked out the window and took a photograph. It showed Earth. I'm sure that many, many of you remember this image. A small, impossibly blue planet hanging in the blackness of space above the barren surface of the moon. The photograph, Earthrise, did more to shift the environmental consciousness than done by years of scientific reports and policy papers. Not because it contained information that was new. We all knew it. And scientists, of course, have provided plenty of information about what it was looking from the space, but because it made something visceral that before had been only an abstract. There was no backup planet. I think very often Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General of the United Nations, when we adopted Agenda 2030 and the Paris Climate Agreement as an argument, very powerful argument, he always reminded us that we are planet A. There is no planet B. And I think this was the beginning of the planetary consciousness. It was not and still is not kind of an ideology. It is not only a simple policy decision or a policy paper, but a sense that is realized and should be more and more realized and felt of what is truly at stake. So therefore, with that felt sense follows a new kind of obligation. At UNESCO, many of you know that we speak a lot about heritage. We speak a lot about things that do not belong to your own culture, they belong to other culture, but you share the same respect you feel for your own culture. And that you have to protect it, to preserve it, and pass it on to the next generation. So it's kind of either ancient monuments or languages, living languages, intangible heritage and others, irreplaceable ecosystems. I think they all fall into our obligation. It's something very simple. that some things are not only ours to consume or to destroy. We are custodians, but we steward them to the next generation. And I strongly believe that Earth falls into that category, as the air, the oceans, the forests, the biodiversity that is around us, that took millions of years to develop, to evolve. And they're not only ours. And what we pass on, what condition we leave this planet in, is the measure of whether we lived as proper planetary citizens. Now, let me just move also to another question, which is about the science, technology, and how they impact also our sense of planetary stewardship. We cannot be honest enough without also speaking about the role of science and technology. And we all know that technology can be a double-edged sword. I would say, it's already a cliche maybe, but it's the truth that the same scientific and industrial revolution that reshaped planet's atmosphere and contributed to the climate crisis also gave us very positive tools to generate clean energy from the sun, also from the ocean and from the wind, and that the same digital networks that have enabled the spread of information and political polarization have also made it possible for citizens around the world to organize themselves. So today we speak, of course, about the impact of artificial intelligence, and the same artificial intelligence systems raising serious concerns about surveillance, unprecedented precision, that at the same time they accelerate drug discovery and help communities understand and adapt to environmental change. But still, the edges are real and quite sharp, I would say. So the crucial question today is not about whether we should embrace science and technology and their achievements. It is not a choice, and I don't think we should be in front of this choice. But we have to do that with the value system, and ethics that is so much necessary nowadays in view of the challenges that pose. Because technology is not neutral. Technology amplifies whatever values we bring to it. A society oriented towards short-term extraction will use technology to extract more efficiently. A society oriented towards planetary citizenship will use technology to heal, to sustain sustainable development, to use it for sustainable development, to connect in ways to serve the long-term health of our planet. And I would like to turn to the young people here also in this room, because I'm so happy to see such a diverse group of young people from all over the world to come and participate in the summer school of this great university, which has the right, I would say, value system. I believe that you, young generation, is equipped with the best of the tools of technological means today to connect, to have knowledge, to also learn how to learn, which I think is something very important nowadays. But I believe that you also are one of those who should shape what we are thinking today and how we approach all the choices that we make, because there are choices to be made today. And you inherit a world that maybe has been shaped before you were born. With the global warming that we see now, the climate change, or the fractured political systems in some parts of the world, or the institutions that are changing, because of the challenges, once again, or the technology that is there. And sometimes you may think that it is unfair, and I do agree with you. It is truly unfair. But it is where I think your also agency and your acumen to learn and to adopt planetary citizenship is so necessary. Because in my travels around the world, and in my time at UNESCO, I did travel extensively around the world, and I continue to do so. I think what is important for you is to put questions, to put the right questions, to seek answers to these questions. Maybe sometimes questions that were not put before in front of you. And also that you embracing this technological revolution, you embrace it with the right value system and with the ethics that is necessary there. So the last minutes, I would like to speak about something probably much more concrete, making a step further about what I just said, the civic engagement. I think what is very much necessary today is that becoming a planetary citizen, embracing planetary citizenship, it's more than, I would say, kind of an intellectual concept. It should be very practical. It is more than becoming a musician by understanding just musical theory, if I may say so. It is your everyday life and practice. It is the choices that you make every day. It may be small or large. It is about what you consume. It is about sometimes how you vote. It is about what you say in a conversation when you think that something goes wrong. It is about the questions also you put forward. It is about your critical thinking. And second, I think, and this is my advice, because I don't want to sound kind of a pessimistic. I think, on the contrary, I think planetary citizenship should mobilize you. Planetary citizenship should encourage you to understand better what are the challenges, and also about what each one of us can do, as I said, in everyday life. It is not only about big political decisions or big institutions, but I would say it is about, once again, cognizance of the link between us, humans, relating to each other and nature. Because planetary change does not happen only during big international environmental conferences. They are important, no doubt about it. But in classrooms, in the universities, in the discussions that you have with your professors, with your teachers, in your quest to understand more the natural world, and I would say becoming further an engineer, a lawyer, a political scientist, everything begins with the first step, and this first step is your cognizance of the problem, of the challenges, and with your value system. A business leader, just for example, that understands or that refuses to accept the short-term profit and embraces a long-term sustainable ecological concept is what we need today. And many of you may become such leaders. Or an engineer who insists that sustainability is designed from the very beginning of the product that is needed. So all of these things matter enormously because they accumulate and they create this shift that we consider critical for the future of our humanity and our planet.
Thank you so much. Madam Bokova, for your very succinct but inspiring lecture. And you offered us a long view of the planet Earth and also Homo sapiens history. And it is a little bit shocking to hear Homo sapiens is here just 2 seconds before midnight if we compress Earth history into 24 hours. But we are living as if we have dominated planet Earth from the very beginning. But we are here toward the end of ecological, ecosystem, environmental atmosphere which has developed over the years to allow us to come out. But we often forget that fact. Therefore, I think what you are asking all of us is to get a factual sense of the space and time Homo sapiens is living in. And I believe the first thing, the values, virtues, the first value or virtue we need is the modesty. With the environment, with the universe, with the worlds surrounding us. And you offered 3 concentric circles of 3 worlds we are living in. Human world, we are living as if human world is everything, but we are living in harmony with the nature. So natural world is the second concentric circle. And third concentric circle is the universe. And we are here and we exist thanks to the nature we are living in, and also thanks to the universe we are part of. Therefore, I understand your call to civic action must start from that recognition of the reality we are in. But we often confuse the distinction between global citizenship and planetary citizenship. So what are the key elements you want to offer as the key differences in 2 concepts of citizenship?
Well, I did mention the concept of global citizenship, and I would like to say that when we were working on that together with Mr. Ban Ki-moon at that time, it was preparing the Agenda 2030. For the first time, we included global citizenship in the goal number 4 about inclusive, equitable, and quality education and lifelong learning for all, because we considered it important that the issues of values are so important in the new environment of education. Because education, we all know, and nowadays, of course, with the technology, AI even more, that education today should not be concentrated on transfer of information like it used to be before, but it is more about values. It is about critical thinking. It is about respect for human rights. It's education about gender equality. It is education about living together, education for cultural diversity and respect for each other. But I think the biggest, in response to your question, the biggest difference maybe is that global citizenship education is more about relations among humans. It is about our mutual respect. It is about how we relate to each other, how we create this kind of a more democratic space that each one of us feels comfortable. And global planetary, I would say planetary citizen, we make the next step. We go beyond that. We recognize that we are part of this planet, of nature, but also broader, I would say, part of the universe. And this is where the concepts about, as you said, humbleness or modesty, and to think about what we will leave also to the next generation, and how we have this practice of sustainable development, but in a very, very concrete terms, not looking only at us, but looking at nature, is very important. And this is the next step that we have to make. It's the beginning. It is not already said, but we have to work for that.
Thank you. So you mean that's the beginning we have to make to get to the right path, to avoid the problems and overcome the current crisis we are facing.
Right. I don't see it as something which is set in strict terms. It's not just one subject at a university, or it's not just one idea put in a policy paper. It's really a shift in our thinking. It's a path. It's a direction that we have to go.
But the problem we have in the real world, we have huge disparities, incapacities, and also means to practice something we should do all together. And also we have deep-rooted injustices, because those who created the problems, they don't bear the consequences. Climate change, for example. Those who emitted for a long time, they don't bear the consequences, but the consequences are borne by low-lying, poor countries. And also, generations like us created a lot of problems, but we gave those problems to the next generation. And next generation, young generation, future generations, their political voice is much smaller than us. Those who are younger than 18 even don't have voting rights. So how we can rectify these underlying disparities and injustices, and then how we can empower those who want to act. Because maybe for young generations, this sounds very ideal exercise, but they may feel helpless, given the fact that those who have power, means, capacities are less interested in changing things. So how we address this dilemma?
These are indeed extremely relevant questions with a lot of tension inside. Let me just, because you asked several layers, let me just take up the first question that you put forward. Indeed, for a very long time, the questions about climate change, the concerns about climate change, they started, just to mention, in Europe, mostly were considered to be kind of a concerns of the middle classes that were living quite well, and that they did not concern developing countries or least developed or the other layers of society. And that is why they were kind of sidelined. They were not taken seriously. But we know nowadays that the worst affected by climate are the poorest of the poor in societies, middle-income countries, or even in some affluent countries, not to speak about the least developed countries, the small island development states that are here in the Pacific, and not only, the countries where desertification because of climate change is coming. We see nowadays all these amplifieds of temperatures. I come from Europe, and for the first time in Europe, there were the hottest days ever in France, in the UK, in many other countries. So we see that climate change nowadays affects everybody, but mostly the poor of the poorest, because the affluent middle classes, as somebody said, they may go up the mountain, they may go up and live well, but we should care about the others. So I think here we have to admit first our responsibility. We have to look also at how technology can solve these problems. We know that nowadays we are looking for shortcuts, as we say, for some of these sustainable development issues. And there are a lot of good examples about it, how technology works for the betterment, for the well-being of people. We look at the clean energy, for example, plenty of examples. We also look at the smart agriculture in many cases. So there are plenty of, I would say, opportunities here if we have the right approach. And for young people, I think activism is extremely important. You may be active in your community, you may be active in your university, you may be active in your civil society organizations, everywhere. It's a responsibility that we all share. But I would say our generation's responsibility, of course, is huge. And this is where I believe what the United Nations has done with the Sustainable Development Goals. Once again, I want to pay tribute to Mr. Ban Ki-moon because he was in the driving seat at that time to adopt this very important agenda, and now working collectively to continue to implement it is something very important.
Thank you. And also, you talked about the role of universities. Although the crisis we are facing is multiple, poly-crisis happening at once. And also, the scale is planetary. But universities are compartmentalized. Although you talked about the need to do something interdisciplinary, even transdisciplinary. But what should be the role of higher education, universities, in educating our future generations about the problems we have, but also equipping them with the planetary citizenship? So what role universities should play?
Well, I think universities play a hugely important role, which I know that maybe I will say something not very appropriate here in Kyunghee University, because I know that Kyunghee University is really in one of those leading voices for transformation of education, of an approach. The very fact that we're discussing these issues already is, I would say, an extremely good example of how university should take seriously these issues. But overall, I would say that universities are not doing enough globally about that. It is sometimes because of structural problems that they have, mainly building around disciplinary approach. We know that many universities today are structured strictly around disciplinary approach. And the challenge today is that all of these problems, particularly climate change, of course, are so interdisciplinary. And I think that putting more emphasis also on social sciences, we badly need social sciences today, humanities, because unless we understand what happens in our societies as a consequence of all these challenges, we will not find the right answers. We do not need only environmentalists, and environmentalists are not only engineers, let's say, or economists. We need all of this in order to have a more holistic approach of how we find the responses to this issue. So, if I may say so, universities appeared in the Middle Ages, early Middle Ages, as a very interdisciplinary approach. This was the humanistic approach at that time. Then they became specialized into disciplines. Now I think we go back the circle. We go back to what universities were in the first place created, to serve society. And if you can't serve society only by approaching from the strictly, I would say, expert point of view, engineering or this and that, you have to encompass all the problems in order to find the right answers.
So, ironically, what you're suggesting is we have to go back to the original model of university.
Well, I would say not going back, going up.
Going up, but
but like
taking
that.
up that
Kind of.
transdisciplinary, and
Right.
then taking it one
And
level
I'm taking
higher
it much higher,
to planetary level.
Right, exactly.
And thank you. And we discussed education, science and technology, you mentioned. And also, I want to talk about culture, which is one of the other important portfolios of UNESCO. Because when we talk about global citizenship, it sounds like we forget about our cultural diversity. But as you say, we should not forget the origin of my roots. So the nation state I belong to, but also my culture. So the right word for planetary citizenship must be, I believe, unity in diversity. But we have to be united in purpose. But we have to keep the diversity of our cultures. So some may say planetary citizenship sounds too high level, too difficult to understand. So what do I do as an individual and toward my culture, but also toward other cultures in our daily life?
Well, I thank you for this question because it indeed resonates deeply with my experience at UNESCO and what UNESCO stands for. I think here, unity, we should distinctively speak about unity but not uniformity. I think this is very important, what you said, unity and diversity. And it reminds me of a very important declaration that UNESCO adopted 25 years ago, the Declaration on Cultural Diversity. It starts by a famous, I would say, phrase that I agree very much so. It says that cultural diversity for humanity is like biodiversity for nature. I think this captures exactly what we want to achieve nowadays. On one side, keeping the biodiversity, keeping the richness of the planet that is there, but at the same time, to keep our diversity. It is our common legacy, our richness of it. And I don't think that we will advance much into the concept of planetary citizenship without recognizing the diversity. I think this should be a very distinctive part of the understanding and the notion of what planetary citizenship is. And I could just give another example also. We all have here, I see here such a diverse group of students coming from all different parts of the world, and I'm sure that each one of you have your own respect and pride of your identity, of your culture, of your contribution, of your culture to humanity's culture. Overall, I would say heritage and understanding, linguistic diversity, cultural diversity, ethnic, religious, you name it. But what is most important, I think, in this moment is to create, and planetary citizenship create this very large, I would say, space where everybody feels comfortable. Comfortable with their own culture, respect for the others also, and respect for planetary diversity, which is there. How can we achieve this? We can achieve in different ways. We can achieve by respecting the indigenous knowledge and culture, speaking about climate change. And as long as I'm also a patron of the International Science Council, I can say that I'm very impressed by what scientists themselves, how much they respect indigenous culture and knowledge, which became already part of the solution for many of the challenges of climate change. And it is part of this space of science and of knowledge which did not exist before like that. Or all the work that we are doing also there for the protection of heritage, of tangible, of intangible heritage, of art, of stories, of histories. I think all this should be part of our kind of a common space that we want to create in order to foster this thinking about planetary citizenship.
Thank you. I fully agree with you that education and culture should be the key enablers of our planetary thinking and our planetary citizenship. The final question, I want to go back to your earlier lecture, was how to translate new thinking, new consciousness into real action. Because we often see the moment of awakening at the global level does not come easily. Often it comes only when we see the real crisis unfolding before us. So unless we see the crisis unfolding before us, we never take it seriously. So how can we foster sense of urgency of action, particularly those who are in responsible positions, like politicians, businessmen, business leaders? How can we make them to translate the new consciousness into real, tangible action before it becomes too late?
Well, I don't have the silver bullet here because, as you said, it's a process, it's a path. But I think we have started the first step on this path. It won't be easy, but the fact that already, and I would like to, once again, coming from the United Nations, I would like to say that multilateral institutions have done enormous work in order to spark this type of, I would say, not just interest, but to foster consciousness about it. Education definitely plays a hugely important role, and we spoke about universities. We have to not just introduce simply one kind of a program or one subject. We have to try to change the overall, to make a totally different shift into our thinking. We have to maybe sometimes support politicians who share our views. We have to give prominence to business leaders also who share the same views. We have to encourage academia, scientists and others to go along this path. As I said, it's a path. We have to go along it. It's not easy. There will be maybe setbacks and others that we see nowadays, extracting industries and others who think that what we are saying, those of us who believe in the different approach, who thinks that we are doing something wrong for the people, for countries, for the economy. I think all of this creates a big community of like-minded, I would say, people, of scientists, of politicians, of business leaders, of academia, that should continue to push along these lines. Just vote for politicians who share the same views, or support other projects and NGOs and other activist activities who go along this line. But I think the process has started. I want to think that we are already on this path. I want to be more optimistic. I think we are there. We just have to be a little bit more focused. We have to mobilize everything. Stories can help, art can help, artists can help, cultural experts can help. You have to showcase that it is possible and that things can be changed. And this is where I think the activism of the young people who have all the agency to do that is so, so important.
So thank you for your advice. We have to stay the course. Don't lose hope. And finally, one advice to give young students here to go out and try to do something with their families, their friends, with the community, with those who share same thoughts. So what will be your final advice?
Well, I think what you said was entirely right, but I think that sometimes change comes not just by big ideas, so to say, by big political decisions. Change comes with our everyday life. As I said, how do you consume what you do every single day? How do you relate also to each other? How you relate also to nature? How you react to certain things, whether you have this really critical thinking, whether you challenge. I think we have to constantly challenge. It's not easy sometimes, but you have to constantly challenge what you see around you, and also to stay focused, to stay really on the same path. Just don't deviate from this path. Change will come only if we all are on the same road and on the same path.
And that action should start from to realize what is the stake, what is the problem before you, and how you can try differently, away from the business as usual and the past practices which didn't work. So you should start from your action. Now with that, I'd like to now open the floor to students and professors to ask questions. Any volunteer from the audience? I have a hand goes up. Please identify yourself shortly and please focus your question.
Good afternoon, Secretary General. First of all, thank you for this wonderful lecture. My name is Esther Nam, and I'm currently majoring in Media Studies and International Relations in Kyung University. And my question is about AI and ethics. So, you warned us that technology without a moral compass is going to be an accelerator speeding toward disaster. However, today's AI revolution is not simply driven by the nation states, but rather by a small number of powerful technology companies. And from your experience, how can multilateral organizations such as UNESCO effectively work together and ensure that innovation acts and serves human dignity and the planetary good?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's a big question that I think it's in front of us increasingly so, because you're right that AI is all around us. It has an immense opportunities, and also already it solves many problems, and we hope it will continue to do so. But at the same time, of course, as every technology, it may serve the public good, and it may also have another negative impact, and we know from many other examples. And I think artificial intelligence is not an exception. So that is why we say artificial intelligence is not neutral. And also you're right to say that it's in the hands of a very small group of private companies. Now, first, what the international institutions can do, in this particular case, I'm speaking about UNESCO, but not only, because other institutions like OECD, for example, and UN at large have taken up this. I think it's to put an emphasis on the ethics, on the values. And this is where UNESCO adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence 5 years ago, where they put the important questions about the human rights, respect for human rights, respect also for the question about equity, inclusion, because we don't want to see AI that deepens which unfortunately may happen, deepens inequities in societies and globally, I would say, in the world. So these are extremely important questions that should be there. Or ethics also is about biases. We know that there are many biases in societies. They may be racial, religious, gender, and all of this. And as long as AI steps on what exists nowadays, we don't want to see AI having all these biases being entrenched and even amplified in this. So all these put strictly ethical questions. And this is important also to be taken on board. And last, of course, was about speaking about the United Nations. United Nations 2 years ago, when they organized the Summit for the Future with the big vision, the declaration, adopted the digital compact, the global digital compact. I think it replicates many of the ideas that were adopted by UNESCO in the recommendation of, but I think all of this should be kind of a guidelines, the value system guidelines for the future development of artificial intelligence.
Yes, indeed, the value of ethics and humanities are even greater now to ensure future AI evolution to be safer and more inclusive, rather than amplifying the problems. The next question. Any question from faculties? Oh, over there.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your inspiring speech, Ms. Bokova. My name is Yeonbi Bae, and I'm an international studies major here at Kyung University. I was particularly moved by your message that our generation should be the pillar of change. And I also believe that we live in a more of an interconnected society than ever, and that we should all assume this planetary citizenship. I feel really honored to be a part of the generation that is increasingly aware of its global responsibilities. However, as a development studies major, I find myself wondering, how can we bridge the ideals of a planetary citizenships into actionable and meaningful plans that we can carry out? So from your perspective, what is the greatest gap between the ideal of a planetary citizenship and its realization in practice? Is the challenge primarily one of the implementation, measurement, or public engagement? And how can we better narrow this gap so that this contributes not only to international cooperation, but also the sustainability of our planet and everyday peace in people's lives? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. I don't think we have enough time to exhaust all of it. It's really a big question, but very important. Now, the simple answer is all of that, all of the issues that you outlined. But if I may say, I think because the change that is coming, it's so fast, it's so overwhelming, that we really need to act on all of these different areas. On one side, as I said, universities and education systems globally have to embrace this as a part of their inherent, I would say, responsibility in order to educate young people who have a different mindset. I think this is critical. On the other side, we need to have also political leadership, and we should not discharge a politician from their responsibilities, and governments. They have this responsibility, as we did in the United Nations also, when they adopted goals of sustainable development and others. A very important role here played the private sector, and how we engage also with the private sector, how we engage with these technology companies is extremely important. And we know that among themselves there is an interesting debate going on along the same lines. But imparting, I would say, this message that profit is not enough in order to measure the success of a business or a society, that how you measure this, you go beyond the conventional thinking, you know, about GDPs and profit and all this, is very important. how to involve them into this debate, how to make them responsible for that. And we know that already there are interesting ideas and proposals that are coming also there, because we know that the transformation of the societies is profound. We are just at the beginning of a profound transformation of society. And that is why having everybody on board, and sometimes have I would say unconventional, bold ideas to be thrown. There are such bold ideas that are thrown in the public space by economists, by philosophers and others. But we should really be very, very serious about this. And I would say try from all different angles to circle, this problem that exists. Otherwise, just looking at one thing, one decision here and there will not work.
Okay, final question. Microphone.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a wonderful speech and thank you for having us here. My name is Rick Dolfijn. I'm a professor at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And first of all, also a compliment to the wonderful questions of the students. I think your students posed already very important key questions that you should be very proud of also as a university. For me and for fellow academics, I think it's also important that questions like these are approached in a transdisciplinary way. And it means that, for instance, when we talk about ecology, very often the solutions are considered to be technical. Whereas ecology is and the ecological questions, in every case, is also a very cultural problem. So I really hope that there will be more opportunities that also philosophers, but also social scientists, psychologists, and of course the people from the science departments sit together and try to come up with different solutions, which is still not always possible, and that would be a major change if that would really be established throughout the world.
Absolutely. I mean, I totally agree with you, and that's why I put so much emphasis on humanities, on social sciences, and I think if, let's say, some decades ago, it was not the case. Today, I think it is just an imperative. You just can't do it without it. I just give one example very often. I mean, you come from the Netherlands, and UNESCO has also there an institute on water management. Not surprisingly, why in the Netherlands? But I will always give this example that water and sanitation is not a technical issue. Water and sanitation, of course, has a technical side of it. Many, the ways, how you do engineering, designs, chemistry, how you solve these problems, but it's a societal problem. We speak about water diplomacy nowadays, whether countries agree around the riverine basins and other where they agree to share, how they share, how this diplomacy works around. Water and desertification. And there are wars and conflicts over water, and unfortunately some scientists, experts say that they will be on the rise, they will increase. So it's a matter of peace, it's a matter of security. I just gave this example to say that unless you tackle some of these issues from different angles, including societal, we will not be able, as humanity, to find the right approaches to it. So your question and your approach is very right, and I share it totally.
Thank you. Indeed, all of the problems we are having now are interconnected. Human, natural, and even cosmic. So solutions must be found from that interconnected pursuit of our research and also practice. So thank you so much for your enlightening lecture and also discussion and your generosity in spending a lot of time. She arrived last night She spent the whole day with us, and let us give her a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And I hope we, all of us, particularly you, young students, will go away with, I think, 3 important takeaways. The first takeaway is the problems we are facing today are all interconnected, as we discussed, but also complex, very serious. So it means they are very urgent to deal with. But I think the problem we are facing today is we don't see these problems as urgent. So lack of our sense of urgency, I think, is the most serious crisis we are having. And second takeaway is based on that sense of seriousness and urgency. We must think of the solution as, again, interconnected. And it should be at planetary level, meaning combining human, natural, and cosmic worlds. And that should start from our individual recognition of the reality and our individual thinking, our consciousness. Because without learning and without realizing these are the problems, we'll never act. So first step all of us should do is we have to change our thinking. And we should start from there. And last takeaway, as you say, we have to stay the course. We should not lose hope. Winston Churchill once said, every pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity. Optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty. Therefore, all of us should be pessimists in diagnosing the problems we have, but we have to be optimists in trying our solutions. Because if we don't try, nothing will change, and we'll head to peril and collapse of human civilization. So we have only one choice. Don't lose hope, keep trying. With that, thank you so much. And also, I'd like to thank all of you who are coming for this year's Global Collaborative Summer School, because also this marks the beginning of our summer program, as well as the beginning of the special lectures Kyung-hee is planning to launch with eminent scholars from around the world to diagnose the problems we have and also equip future generations with different mindsets and also different tools you are going to have in trying to overcome those problems in the future. So thank you so much, and give a big applause again. Thank you so much.
For the GC students, we will continue with orientation and campus tour soon. Please take a short rest and return to your seats by 3:25.